Hey. Hi everybody, my name is Eric. I'm making a game. That game is called The Godkiller. The Godkiller. It is a 3D top-down puzzle-solving adventure game. You have not played a game like it. Man, you might have played one game slightly like it. It was another game that I made, and it's called Drod. But even this is a far departure. So I'm going to demo in just a moment a level made yesterday in the evening in about 4 hours. Again, I'm really happy with this average time to make a level being around 4 hours. A whole friggin' level. Like, ready to put in the game, other than maybe a few tweaks for playtesting, but done, you know? So we got 8 levels now. 8 proper levels. And they work as a game, and by the time I'm done, there will be some 3-digit number of levels in the game. There'll be a lot. I'm not going to skimp on the levels. I would rather have too many levels than not enough. And how much is enough? Nobody can say. Nobody can say. So there's going to be a lot. For anybody who's involved in playtesting, this is a spoilerific. You don't want to watch it. At least not immediately. And I am going to get the playtesting thing going. I think this weekend I should be able to sort out the problems with the Windows build. I'm also looking for maybe 1 or 2 more playtesters. I don't want a lot. I just want some people who are properly interested in it. You have to be okay with contributing your help to a project that is an M for mature game, potentially has obscenities in it, talks about God as someone who's unsympathetic. There's actually a list. Anyways, if you're interested in playtesting, go to a URL that will be in the show notes, but I'll also put it in chat. Show notes like I'm a podcast. Let me try this. I'm going to put it in the chat window right now. There it is. All right. And we're gonna start playtesting real soon. So just a few things, but let's demo. I always want to start these things with a demo. I don't want to mess around. There's a limit to how much people want to listen to me talk, and it's very low. All right. By the way, this is not Larry Murk's puzzle, but after I get done demoing, I'm going to see if I can put together a level based on a written description of a level from Larry Murk. Now, Larry is not just anybody, okay? So I normally if somebody sends me some idea to make a level, I'm open-minded, but I'm not going to try that hard. You know, I got my own ideas. But Larry has made countless contributions as a puzzle creator within the Drod community, and he has authored his own game recently called Sokoban Bunny Tales. I think I got that name right. Let me double check on that. Anyways, we'll get back to that in a bit. Let me do the demo first. Okay, and I'm going to do it from my probably annoying but necessary for me new player perspective. At this point, not even a new player, but someone who's made it through 7 previous levels of the game. This little empathy exercise is somewhat important to me for figuring out if the difficulty's right, if the experience is right. Okay, so this is the start of the level. It's got this low ceiling above. Not much going on in this room. There's a stairway to the west. There's a little room over here where it gets a bit more space above you, and a big long stairway up going the east. I'll go the west way first so you can see what that looks like. And come out into this space here. Can you do anything here? You can't get out of it. You can push this block around. Can you get the block to go outside of this room? Kind of important, this question. So if you know the fundamentals of blocks and block pads, this is a block, this circle thing is a block pad. You know that when you destroy a block, it returns to a block pad. And then this level is about teaching the player a little more about that. I think I've fallen short of my original goal on it though. I think I'll probably need one more level to really get across the rules of block pads. This one is just kind of let loose and play with blocks type of level. It's a playground. It's hard to fail at this level, I think. But there is one aspect that's maybe a little tricky. So you cannot get this block out of this room. You might try to make it go down the stairs, but there's no place where you can get west of it. So you can only kind of smash it and have it return to the block pad. And I can't leave this room, so I must have to go the other way to make any kind of progress. Those lamps are from my vacation about a month back, 3 weeks ago, something like that. Alright, so now I'm at a different vantage point in the same upper area, just to show you how to link it up. I'll go down and you can see, okay, here's that same room, but now I'm up above it. There are blocks all over the place. I don't know what to do with them yet. This is the one hard thing about the level, maybe, perhaps. Okay, the player of this level knows the basics of movement. They know about flinging. Okay. They know what this is. Now you may not, whoever's watching this, but the player that made it past the previous 7 levels does. Let's say, oh, that is a letter gate. Huh. Or I might take to calling them letter bridges when they're laid out facing up. So they know that if you place all the blocks together that spell out the same word that's on the letter gate will close, become solid. And this pattern of having these I'll call them letter bridges, where they're open initially, it implies certain goals that you maybe want to close that letter bridge so you can walk across it. Okay, so they're going to be interested in finding where's the start and end of this thing, how many X's does it have, are all the blocks here X's, is that what's going on? So they're scoping out the level at this point. Okay, which is, of course I know what's in the level. I'm just emulating what I think the player experience is going to be. It's part of level design. So here's the only stairway to move up out of these lower levels, unless you count this one that we went down earlier. Okay, so you got 3 tiers here. I'm still very interested in that letter bridge, but I'll keep exploring. I don't think I went down this way. All the blocks so far have been X's, and there's quite a few of them. Alright, there's one end of the letter bridge. Okay, there is the level exit. This is the goal that you want to get to. How to get there. You can't climb up there. A player at this point in the game is going to know that letter bridge will take them there. There's a little gap at the end. That is there so that if somebody tries to merely fling across the expanse that the letter bridge covers, when they get to the end, they'll just hit against the rail and drop down. So it won't work to fling across it. They have to walk across it. So they have to walk all the way to the end, and at the very last square, step west or east instead of going south and falling down as they would if they flung. Okay. Ooh, there's the bonus. How do you get to the bonus? The player knows it won't be super easy. There's usually going to be a challenge that's harder than the initial solution just to leave the level. Okay, continuing to explore. There's something here. How to get to that? There's the stair off to the west. We could try going there. I said off to the west. I meant east. Off to the east. Okay. So this is the other end of the letter bridge. It's also a pretty good vantage point on the level as a whole. You just see a lot of X blocks, and you know that they're going to be needed to get across this bridge. So the player might try estimating the number of X's that are needed. That's going to be hard. That would involve a lot of reckoning and counting squares and totaling up, because you can't walk across the letter bridge and count. You can only see it from different viewpoints. But they do know there's just a ton of X blocks all over the level. Nothing else besides X blocks. They do know they'll need at least 10 X's, at least. Probably more like 20, 30, something like that. So I don't think the player is going to do any real counting at this point, but they should form some kind of plan. I'm hoping that a few things will point them to the right plan. Have you ever had a screwdriver and a screw, and you needed to either tighten or loosen that screw? Let's say you had to tighten the screw. Now let's go over. Let's say you had to loosen it. You need to get that screw out of a really stuck in there spot, and you're not really sure because you forgot or you don't screw things enough, or the threads might be reversed. Do I turn this thing clockwise or counterclockwise? And it's really hard to figure out how to loosen the screw if you're not sure, because it requires so much work, but you could be expending that work in the wrong direction and wasting it, or actually making your solution even harder. But as soon as you know, for sure, because you look it up in a book or something, that loosening it's going to be counterclockwise, then the job's much easier. It's not so difficult. So if the player was able to deduce, I'm probably going to need all these blocks. You might make a guess too, because I've been fairly economical in the things I put in the level so far. Most things that are there are needed for some reason. You might make a guess, we're going to need all the blocks. And the block in the bottommost tier cannot be moved up. So therefore, it seems to me, the player, that I should move all the blocks to the bottom. So once you've settled on that plan, which I think is pretty logical, it's a good guess at what you're supposed to do, then the task is not hard. You just start moving blocks down there. And this, I think, is the fun part. You also know, if you ever cleaned a house before, it's easier to clean if you go top to bottom. So that's what I'm going to do, with the rationale that if there's some dirt on the top shelf, you knock it down. When you get to the middle shelf, some of it lands on the middle shelf. you keep on dusting on the middle shelf, and that knocks it down maybe to the floor. And when finally you get to the floor, you've got the dirt that was already on the floor there, plus the dirt that came down from the top and middle shelves. And that's a good way to clean. It's also a good way to deal with this level. I may be patting myself on the back way too much about how cool I think this level is. My design might have a lot of flaws to it, but I tried to make it pretty easy once you've settled on a plan. So for example, anytime you destroy a block, it will go to a block pad that is well situated to move the blocks further along. I didn't create any dead end type things. I didn't create any red herrings. So this guy is just fine. This block pad here. You know, it's a easy location to move the blocks closer to the center low point. And in general, just knocking the blocks into the center will get you where you need to go. I also added some points that would catch you as you fling so that you don't have to walk through the middle part all the time to check what you might have missed. Problem with having expanses without catch points is that if you want to see everything in them, you have to walk through, and that's a little bit slow. So I made these catch points so that you can kind of fling around faster. I think I got the top shelf dusted. Oh, nope, I missed a speck. Alright, that's the top shelf. Middle shelf. It's really fun to smash through a stack. Friggin' election. Getting spammed by everybody. I'm gonna make the most giant stack I can over here because it's fun. In fact, I'll end up moving a whole bunch of stuff. There, we'll do this. I'm gonna try to move them all over there. Or as many as I can. Told you this is a playground level. You get to just have fun with blocks, basically. It's not that hard. Okay. And the one I actually want them to go to is up further north, so let's go like this. So this is the lesson that players might get, but they won't necessarily with this level. I didn't force it. I kind of wish I had. I might have to make another level to force it. That the blocks will go to the block pad closest to them, and that you can influence that with, you know, manipulation. All right, so here's my giant stack. Oh, there's some more I can put there. Let's get them all. Alright, It's so big. You can't even see the top. All right, here's the fun part for me. For me, anyways. I'm an idiot, though. It's fun. I'm telling you, it's fun. Okay. One more big stack. It won't be as big as the last one, but... Alright, here we go. Now, I got them all down there. I want to get them on this block pad. Okay, now it was very faint, but I heard the bridge close sound. It's faint because it's far distance off from me. But also, I do want to have some extra effect that will show when connected blocks are affecting a gate. I haven't thought out all the way through yet, but there should be some kind of visual indicator. Oh, these guys are doing something now. Maybe they sparkle with electricity, something good like that, you know. But let me go check on my bridge. There it is. It's all closed and ready to transport me across this giant valley, and as an added reward I get a nice view of this space I've been inside of. And I just barely get to see the top of the block tower, which to me is pretty cool. Okay, and there I can step off instead of continuing south, which would have made me fall through the hole. Okay, so there's the level exit. I don't want to go there just yet because there's the bonus too. The bonus on this level I don't think is that good, but it's good enough. Alright, so just to show what I was talking about with that gap there and flinging, I'll go back over here. So if that letter bridge was not up and I came here and I just flung across to get to the exit, here's what would happen. I drop down the hole at the end. Okay. Okay, so here is the bonus. I can make a good guess that that bridge over there is the right height to get over to the bonus. I mean, it's a pretty good guess because that's... Yeah, I mean, you have to... Just like I'm empathizing with the player is going to empathize with the designer a little bit to figure these things out. If you ever taken an SAT or something like that, you kind of get an idea of like what kinds of things that people try to do to be challenging, how they might trip you up, things like that. So me and the player, we're getting to know each other as they go along. They got to know, because they've maybe done a couple bonuses already, it's a pattern that I would make a bonus oftentimes not accessible until after you've solved the part that gives you access to the level exit. It's a way of making it a little more difficult to get to the bonus. So this bridge being there suggests some kind of new opportunity, and it's probably going to be the same height as this floor space up here where the bonus is at. The thing that remains is to pick the right spot on the bridge to fling off to the west, because if you're if you're up one too high, you'll go there. From here, the fling will be blocked by the bonus. That's another way to kind of figure out if you're in the right spot. But the easiest way is probably just to look at this edge here, the same edge that's going to be over by the X bridge, and say, okay, from that edge, how many squares up am I going? 1. Okay, not too hard. So let's go back to the bridge. By the way, you see me flinging around, getting to places really fast. It's a little disconcerting for the viewer, perhaps, because kind of like car sickness. Like if you don't have in your brain some idea of where you're going next, it can be a little bit jarring. But when you're in control of it and the action matches what you intended to happen, it's not quite so jarring. All right, so coming down this way. I can see now, because of these pink squares, that I'm just under the edge. So here, I'm just over the edge. The pink squares, by the way, show predictions of what's going to happen if you go that way. So there, I think I'm not far enough. There, I think I am far enough. That's 1 past the edge. And just to verify I'm in the right place, I'll send my fling rays out from here. And I see it disappear. The reason the west fling ray disappeared is because it was blocked by the bonus itself. If I go 1 past, I'm fine again. So that's another way to figure it out. Okay. So from the correct spot, I'm able to fling over, grab the bonus. Alright, now the only thing left is to exit the level. Oh, I got sloppy with my flinging. Here we are. All right. So now I'm going to briefly go over to Big Stupid Head view while I take a copy and paste from Larry Mark's email. I want to grab just the part. He didn't say anything so personal, but just out of respect for him, I'm just going to grab the part that describes the room idea. I don't think I'll be bothering him with that, because this is just a kind of like a specification. I'll add that Larry was not even slightly insistent that I do what I'm doing now. He just said, here's an idea, if you want to use it, go ahead. He's very, very sweet about it, unassuming. So don't get the idea that Larry's like some pushy guy pushing his ideas on me. All right. Alright, so going over this, let me check my phone real quick, make sure nobody's... Oh, yeah, I did want to say, okay, here's Larry's game. Sokoban Bunny Tails. It's on Steam. A lot of people have been playing it. I haven't played it yet. Because it's on Windows, and I don't know. I just every time I go to Windows, I'm not enjoying myself. I'll get past that at some point, and I'll get an appetite to play some puzzle games. I think I'll give this one a shot. So he's got elements in it that are different than just the normal Sokoban boxes. You can see it's a little more complex than that. Got level creator in here. Let's see. I'm watching this and actually learning a little more about it. Oh, that's it. Okay, cool. Quite a few levels there too. Wow. I mean, I don't understand the organization of the numbers. Like, I see one that's 666. That's the highest one I can see. I don't know if that means that there's at least 666 levels. But clearly, there's a lot of levels in this. So he spent some time on this. Anyways, it looks cool. So that's Larry's work. Also, let me see what else. I'll go over to Caravelle Forum. Let's take a look at some of the holds that are there. I mean, he did some of our commercial offerings, at least one of them. Like it was it Perfection? Let me just look. Let me look. Profile hold now. Where's the holds at? How do I get to the holds? That's it. Okay. So if we there are so many Drod levels. So each one of these is what's called a hold, which is a collection of levels, and each level is a collection of rooms. What other people call a level in the Drod community, we call a room. So it's sort of like each hold is like a giant container of levels. Or they tend to be. They tend to be. So let me get to Larry's. All right, so here's. So again, like each thing that we call a room in this game is like what other people consider a level. You'd spend maybe an average of a half hour playing through it. Okay, so he's got all of these games, all these holds. He's got all of these, like literally hundreds and hundreds of rooms. And you see the download counts next to each one. So just thousands of people have enjoyed these levels that Larry has made. And he's made so many of them. So he's really been given a lot to this community of Drod players. Given a lot of people enjoyment over many years. And that's why when Larry sends me a description of a room to make in the game, my ears perk up. And I say, let's go ahead and try to do it. Why not? Why not? Let's try it. Okay, I may not make it exactly as he's envisioning, but I'm going to try it. Okay, so he's using this idea that you might use the same blocks to spell multiple words at the same time. And that is supported by the engine. That is a thing you can do. He wants 2 floors. wants like two holes in the upper floor. You can use to push the blocks down into. It kind of looks like he's giving me the exact layout. I might try it with the exact layout and see what happens. Okay, he wants it to be a three-dimensional solution. With vertical layout as well as horizontal. Okay, I think I got it. I'll try laying it out exactly as he's described first. And I'll see if the magic just happens automatically from that, instead of me trying to consider his intent and recreate it with my own efforts. So we will need 3 by 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15. 3 by 15. Let's try it. Okay, file, save as. Just a little bit of a quick detour. So I don't have to recount that again. 3 by 15. Okay. So let's go to the level selector and add this level in. How many levels we got now? We got 8. We got 8 levels. I'm going to rebuild this level selector. There we go. It's one bigger. Save that. Then let's go take a look at the thumbnails. This is the part where things may not work exactly. Well, on the other hand, I redid my code so that it uses streaming assets and it doesn't have to have the same resource thing specified. So middle basement's there. I'll open it up, see what it looks like. Looks good. Okay, there's my thumb for middle basement. Alright. This won't take long, and I'll get back to level design, which is what I've been promising a few people. So levels, JSON. No, I always forget. There we go. All right. A little bit of housekeeping. But that should put it into the build. So we've got 8 levels for the playtesters instead of 7. Okay, so then let's go open up any level and use it as the basis to create a new one. I'm going to put it right to shelved. I'm not yet sure where this would fit in. For now, I'm going to call it Larry Chamber 1. I put a 1 on it with the idea maybe Larry might come up with another one later. We'll see how it goes. All right, shelved means I want to use it somewhere. I'm not sure where exactly yet. I don't know where it goes in the sequence of levels that the player is going to travel through. All right, this is just another level I use to start out with, but I'll get rid of it. Okay, get rid of the decorations. Okay, and let's get to the player. There she is. Some people might know what a split level is. I'm gonna make a split level. Split level, you go into the house right past the front door and immediately you see one stair going up and one stair going down. One goes to the basement. One goes to the main floor. Very typical floor plan for an American suburban house. Well, it's a little dated now. I mean, if anybody's got a split level, I mean, don't feel bad or anything. Houses are houses. They all have their charm. But yeah, it's a little dated now. Weird how that works. For the sake of variety, I'm going to have her facing east. There we go. Let's get the egg in there. And then also I think it might be fun to have two steps that are 2 wide instead of 1. Let's do that. I think I'm totally Bob Rossing this whole thing. No, not that one. 2 by 4. Nope. 4 by 2. There we go. Just pausing for a moment and thinking, I'm doing this wrong because with split levels, it's always the one on the right that goes up. It's the one on the left that goes down to the basement. It's always that way. Every single time. I'm sure there's a good reason for it. Whoops, 270. Okay. So let me go. Boom. I'm not going to build a whole stupid house, but it amuses me to kind of follow these conventions. Alright, and you get to the bottom of the split level. And you could take a left and go into the garage, or you could take a right and go into the den or the extra room that's kind of cozy and man cave-ish. Let's call that the area where where all the blocks will drop to form a solution, perhaps. Although it's a small little room. Okay. At some point I will give up this whole metaphor. I'll see how far I can take it before it gets stupid. Alright, I'll just pull a big long thing out this way. Actually, let's be a little more specific. If we go... Is this the point to start making the 15? I think it is. Let's go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. Okay, it's got to be a little room down underneath, but what I might do is make a bigger room underneath, but I'll pin in like some little toddler left in a child's pen down in the den of the bottom floor. I'll pin in a 3x3 area. Yeah, I'm just picturing this vividly because that's a good place to throw your little kid at. In a suburban home in America. Just get them down there, drop them in their little baby pen, put some toddler shows on. Okay. Let's take this guy. Well, yeah. I could just duplicate it. And raise it up. Follow the Murkian plans. Okay. In a proper split level, this part will not be all the way out like that. It'll come in so that somebody up here can like look down the steps and see what's there. Oh, I hate it when it does that. That's a stupid Unity Pro Builder thing. I don't know who's responsible. That's annoying. Okay. So you come up to the top, and then here's where Mr. Murk gets more specific. And I'm going to try to follow his plans exactly. And then later on I might add a little of my own style to it. So it doesn't feel quite as cramped, but it needs to honor the puzzle to begin with. Alright, so he wanted it to be enterable from the middle. Let's do that. Well, it already kind of is. Okay, I can add stuff there if I want to block it off later. Alright. So then we got GOD obstacle 4x's don't net. Okay. Oh, this whole thing needs to rotate. I mean, it's just unreasonable for me to ask everyone to look at these sideways. Okay. So that's north. If I just rotate everything 90 degrees. Yeah, this is going to be a little annoying. Let me, let's organize the level. Okay, and then what that did is it put all these game objects under the level object. Then I can do this. The player is not in the level object. I think it was supposed to be 270. Okay, 270. There we go. Then, grab this, move it back over to her. Okay, do I have it set up right? Let me double check this. Oh, and he's saying enter from the east though. Me and my silly metaphor is clashing with his design. Maybe I will just not be so insistent on this design, this particular design I started with. I don't know if it matters if you come in from the west or east. I don't think it does. Okay, I'll stick with what I've got going here with that slight modification. Alright, so then it is letter blocks. That one's G. Okay, then let's move over 1, 2. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Move over 6 to do net. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So should there be 5 in between them? Is that right? Nope, one more. Okay, then he specified 2 obstacles on either side. So then we go and grab, what do I want to get this time? Let's get pillars. I think pillars are good. And let's do, no, not that one. Not 2 by 1, but 1 by 2. Okay. Okay, now let's do the hole. He's saying it's right under the O and D. Right south. Oh, this might, I need to get a non-proportional font and get this right. Oh, I was, yeah, I'm glad I fixed that. Okay, that doesn't matter. So it's right in the middle. Got it. Okay. So A and B come down from the middle, and then there's a 3x3 offset that way. Okay, I think I got it. Let's mark out the A and B beneath with something temporary. Okay. I'll make my little baby pin here. No, it was west. Okay, so then this guy is gonna come north, south. Get rid of that. Okay, there's an extra little bit of polish there, but I'm not going to worry about adding those little bits yet. I want to make sure I got the layout right. Okay, so we will need walls and stuff up here. Yeah, so annoying. Okay, come on, let's try it again. Okay, grow. Stuff like this is why I feel like it's gonna be hard to get anyone else besides me to make levels on this. It's like all these little behaviors I've learned. Little coping mechanisms. In order for it to have the kind of giant community around level creation that something like Drod has, I'd have to make an in-game level editor or a separate tool that creates levels. That's definitely non-trivial. So it'd be something sort of like at runtime, when you load a level, you load an empty Unity scene, completely empty, other than maybe a little scaffolding type stuff. And then from the level description, create instances of all the scene objects. Yeah. So you started making a level editor. It seems like a smart upfront investment, though. If you know you're going to go that route already, do it towards the beginning. Yeah, you have to instance everything based on the logical data of the level. And this is oops. This is starting with the level objects being defined inside of the scene, and using that to generate the logical data. So I'd have to write something that goes in the opposite direction. And I can see how it might take you a while, EP. Seems quite non-trivial to me. I just want to make sure that this puzzle works. It's a little bit like making a magic spell. He gave me exactly everything I need, apparently, for the puzzle. But I don't know that it's going to work. It might work, how I've laid it out. I've tried to follow the incantation exactly as he specified. Well, I did make a small change in putting like a entry point to this room on the other side, the west side instead of the east. I'd like that. Yeah. Post the video. I'll look at. I'm quite interested in stuff like that. Then we can talk about it more too after I've got a little more context. All right. So that, no, that's not quite right. That's not meeting his specifications, because he said A and B. Okay, so all right, so let's put that there. Oh, that's definitely not meeting his specs. This little ledge here, that's not what he had. All right, let me fix this. All right, as usual, all the Text Mesh Pro things are messing me up. So let's disable those. I think I might make some menu command later that just disables and re-enables them quicker. So I have to keep on doing it again and again. All right. So if we do that, I can grab this without fucking around. Delete that. And let's just redo this bit up here. was quite exact about the placement being right here. It's got A, B, so I gotta make sure that matches up. Okay. And that might be enough to test the puzzle. I gotta add some blocks in too. This is kind of a nice change, just to exercise my brain a little bit, to see how somebody else would lay out a puzzle in the same game. It's not the same way that I've been going so far. I've been going for like the larger levels with a little more grandiosity to them, and I suppose if you're going to send a letter, and if you're going to send a level in an email and describe it economically in text, it might bias you towards smaller rooms and tighter puzzles instead of those ones that I've been making. Okay. All right, is this testable? I mean, to be completely thorough, I guess I should make the letter bridges, but I can test it just knowing that I have to spell God, 2, and 1. And some people might complain that this is Anglo-centric or English-centric, but the fact is, could replace all the letters with just symbols, and it would still work. Because the letter bridges tell you what words you're trying to spell. So I don't need to worry about localizing the blocks, which would be terrible. It would be so hard to figure that out. Okay. Do I got that right? Let me give it a shot. Yeah, because you'd have to find in Spanish 3 words that also have 3 letters and share one of them. So he wants God, 1, and 2. Oh. Gotta unpack. All right, let me walk around a little bit, make sure it all holds together. Oh, I hate it. I hate it when it does that. die. Alright, there's problem with the height map. Let's fix that, whatever that is. Okay, so clear this. Kinda, I'm not sure exactly at this point. So what happens in my pre-processing is it raycasts against all the colliders and it generates that logical structure I was talking about, the board. But sometimes it seems to fail, and it's usually kind of hit and miss. Like it's not. So here I see floors all over in the generated structure. So it seems like that fixed it, but if it did fix it, there's no reason why the previous time that I did a pre-process it shouldn't have failed that time, you know. So this looks all right, but yeah, okay. Play, yeah. See, now it's fine. And I'm glad that I'm saving that structure instead of doing the ray casting at runtime to generate it, because then I would probably be having a bunch of weird kind of intermittent type problems. Okay, so that's that. Okay, I will cheat and just read the solution. You didn't put the solution in. Oh man, that's devious. Okay, well, I guess he didn't. There's only a word with the O in the middle. I mean, it's not real obvious to me from reading this, but maybe I can get a few hints here. There's only one word with the O in the middle, so the O must go in the position marked A. Oh, okay. So let me I'll put O in an A. Can I though? Huh. Let me see if I can get enough blocks in there to make it possible to get the A and get the O to. Here's the A spot. This is the A spot that he was talking about. I can make them all go this way. Thing is, there's no catch point to pick if it's going to go in A or B. I don't know if he thought that out. That's the thing with Larry. He's capable of thinking up some very crazy way of doing it that you wouldn't guess. But I don't know what he did. I don't know how familiar he is with all the mechanics of it. He never had a chance to play the game himself and see how everything works. But let me think about it a little bit. No, you could do stuff. Okay. So for example, like that. No, okay. So if T was here, then like maybe you could get O here, but that wouldn't make it to A. Let me double check his spec. He might be thinking I can push them one square at a time, and then I'd be able to move them up here and then push down. All right, let me, I guess, cheat or correct so it's possible to win. One of the two. Okay, turn off the height diagnostics. That's just too much. Okay, first off, let me play with these blocks and see if I can just manually create that solution that he's looking for. So he's saying the O goes down A. It's got A on the left. A would land there. Oh, I think, well, oh, that block must be placed in A or B. It's like, it's obvious how the three words must be formed, and I'm not so sure it's obvious. At least not for me. Okay, so you might have been going for something like I could lay one out going west to east. Well, that's the other thing is, one of the words he wanted me to spell was two, right? Oh, there's a W here too. Oh, shit. Well, that also changes the possibility of the letters being used from up above to get into A and B. I knew it. I knew he had thought this through better. Okay. So I could do an E there, W and a T up above. But the other thing that's missing is if you've only got two shafts to drop down, how is that enough space to do things with? Maybe his intent was that you'd be able to manipulate the blocks once they dropped, but just not use more than the 3x3 square. Trouble with that, though, is if I don't have a space to push the blocks, and that doesn't work. Anyways, let me keep playing with this a little bit. It might be that I have to take the spirit of his puzzle, if not the letter. This kind of thing actually reminds me of another game called Infinifactory, where you're trying to create very specific 3D objects with blocks in certain places, and then you have to figure out some sort of mechanism to produce those configurations. Okay, so that kind of thing I could do. I just don't know how having two chutes that fall straight down is going to allow me to produce 3 words. I do want to try one thing which I think might match his original intent. See if I can actually manipulate these things up top to go down the chutes if I've got that extra W letter. Because before it was coming up one short. There might be a way to do it, and I'm interested to see if I can do it. So there should be a W here. Kind of haunted by this idea that like maybe if I made this exactly how Larry said, including like putting stairs in the middle and having the entrance to the top room be on the right, that it would be perfectly possible. But I think there are probably just a few things to debug, and the guy doesn't have an engine to try them out on. He just used his own mental representation of what would happen. I'm kind of curious to see how much of it I can recreate just from what he sent in the email. But then I can kind of do the Mythbusters thing where after you debunk the myth that this puzzle works, you recreate the myth. You do what is necessary to make the behavior occur that was originally intended by the myth. So this is part one. I'm proving the myth true or false. Can Larry Murk's puzzle be completed? Is it a real puzzle in the Godkiller? And phase two, I'll just make it work. Alright, let's do pre-process to get the height maps. And hit play. Okay, so the first thing I want to see, is there any way I can actually manipulate these blocks to go down A or B? Seems like maybe like an easy one would be W. Just see if W could get down there. W could. Okay, so I can get W into A. I'm sure I can get G into B, just using the same method. Oh. Wait a minute. Nah, he's got a wall here. So if I just follow what he said instead of what I did, that should allow that side to be manipulatable. Oh, come on, come on. There we go. All right. I might redo these blocks at some point so they don't use text mesh, and then that would stop me from having all these click, 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 clicks moments. That's probably the better solution. All right, let's try this again. Oh, I didn't Maybe it'll work. Okay, cool. So dang it. Stupid height map. Okay, there it's working. I think it's I've got some code that when I hit play, it will attempt to do a pre-process, but it will skip a lot of the steps if it thinks the level hasn't changed. I think that may be messing up my pre-processing. Alright, so this way, this way, this way. There, okay, so that's how you get one of them to be. But if I want a specific one, that seems trickier. So if I want O to be here, by the way, it might seem like I'm kind of spinning my wheels for something that's not productive, but this kind of exploration of what's possible is useful for figuring out how to put good levels together. Because you figure out some tricks and then suddenly you've got extra linchpins that can go into puzzles, and linchpins make the best puzzles. Okay. It's like jokes. Somebody can tell a humorous story and you're just kind of amused the whole time, but if there's no punchline, they won't get a good laugh out of you. Same with puzzles. You can have stuff that's kind of mildly challenging and, taxes your brain a little bit, but it's the linchpins that are the payoff. The linchpins are what make it like really a memorable experience for the person playing it. Okay, so what could I do? Suppose I've got this. I will not be able to get W to here. Actually, me adding this wall here kind of ruins the ability to get any block over to the A slot. I'll show you. Because I need to be somewhere that I can push them. So I need to have a catch point right in front of A. So I can make that catch point, but then what to do, how to get the W block over there, I can't really. Okay, let me play with the other side, because I think I've established like a proof or something that with this particular layout I cannot get any block to the A slot, but I know I can get some blocks to the B slot. Yeah. Okay. So here I could have my pick and get either G or O at the B slot. I think that's true of D as well. D can get to the B slot. I think maybe any letter over here except for W I could get to the B slot. So it's a question of moving one of the letters to the end. Actually, I don't know if that's true. Can I get any of these letters to the B slot? Because I kind of know how to do it with this, with these ones. I just bring 2 down, and then whichever one's left last can be at the B slot. But what about any of the letters over here? Can I get the N there? No. As soon as it goes this way, there's no way to push it from the west. Yeah. Okay. So these 3 letters I can get to the B slot. Myth busted. So that doesn't mean it doesn't have the heart of a good puzzle in it. It's just as it was given to me, it would not be enough to make a working puzzle. Now I'm going to go second part of the Mythbusters methodology. I'm just going to recreate the myth by any means possible. So I'm thinking about, I've got a couple of problems to solve. One is that I need these blocks to be maneuverable so that I can get them to get any of them to a designated shaft that goes down. But I should probably work backwards from what I'm constructing down here. Let me just a copy of these guys for the end solution. Dang it. Totally not what I wanted. Okay. I could try to recreate this. So there's two ways it could be possible. One is that I allow more opportunities, different ways to drop in blocks from up above. Like not just two. The other way is there's still limited ways to drop down, but you can manipulate at the bottom. Thinking about that, either way has probably got its challenges to design. If you can manipulate at the bottom, let me look at the totally flat way he had. Yeah, so if I allow manipulation at the bottom, that means push space. That also means space for constructing the puzzle. Now if it was a 5x5 space, that would allow pushing on the different sides. I don't think it would force a certain solution, though. I do like the idea of aiming the player at one solution. So I think I'm going to try to make this solvable by dropping the blocks in from different points from above. And I can see that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different places that you'd want to drop in at. All right. With apologies to Larry, I'm gonna destroy this beautiful layout that he came up with and replace it with one of my own design. Okay. That goes right down the middle. Whoops, what did I delete? That's wrong. Stupid text mesh. Terrible. What if I just said, maybe I should just do that. Maybe I owe the text mesh people an apology. So if I just do one. Huh. Let me see if that fucked it up. All right, we'll do 1, 1. Okay. Oh man. Why didn't I do this in the first place? I'm an idiot. All my pain and suffering. I prefer to rant instead of just come up with a solution to something. Just, everything is bad. All the text mesh pro people are idiots. This is, oh man. That's the way to fix it. What the hell's wrong with me? Okay, let's just delete all these blocks. Man, I owe them like a written apology. Signed in my own blood. Okay. I'm gonna fix them all. Bam, bam. Well, let that be a lesson to me. Okay, so here I want the same 9x9 or 3x3 space, the same 9 squares up above it. That'll be open to drop into the pen. I think I got it lined up right. If I don't, I'll move the rails underneath. All right. So let's double check I got the positioning right. Nope. So just move the rails north a little bit and it should be good. So there's that. Okay, so if we had GOD as the first layer, we need some catch points for that. So we'll say going this way will give you G. Going this way will give you D. And I can just bring it over a little bit and I can have a way to get O as well. Little trick here. Just getting these two here. But it's not that tricky, actually. It's not. It's not. All I gotta do. Come down like that. Stop. Stupid Pro Builder. Okay. So that would mean to get G, you knock this way. To get O, you knock this way. To get D, knock that way. To get the two vertical ones, you also knock this way like you did to get O down there. To get the one that goes this way, it'd be like N and E, you knock west. If I wanted to add a little variety, I could make it so that one of them knocks the other way to get there. Let's do that. I don't think Larry would have wanted this to be too easy. He's not the sort of person to make easy puzzles. So I'll try not to disappoint him. I'll try to carry on his spirit of way too hard puzzles. He's kind of famous for that. Alright, so that kind of thing. Okay, so what goes here? So now there's two ways to get this one. You could go that one from here or from here. Okay. Well, in the spirit of Larry, let's make there be just one way to get there. There we go. Now there's no longer a way to get this guy in because I put that block there. So why? There we go. All right. So D comes this way, bam. G comes this way, bam. O, bam. W, bam. T. From this way, N. From this way, E. Okay. So the first thing I'll do, before trying to make it even slightly hard, is I'll just make sure it works. So I can always get it harder after a little bit. Okay, so we got G. D. O. Let's pull this guy out a bit. Okay, that does two of the words, and then from this side I need N, over here. I need E. Okay. Pre-process. Oh, gotta unpack. Let's see. Let's try it out. I gotta remember to rotate this back around this particular object. All right. E. O. W. Oops. Dang it. Gotta restart. Dang it, I didn't put a space up here to push the G. Okay, hold on. Okay. Okay, so there's one word spelled. Stupid height map. Oh wait, I see canceling pre-proc after error. Let's see what that is. I guess it works. All right. All right, 2 words spelled. That should spell them all. Okay. So that would work. Okay, I can make a puzzle out of this. I don't know where it goes in the overall succession of levels. I'm thinking though I'll use this solution for the bonus, and I'll just make it a much easier solution to get to the exit. Like maybe you only have to spell one of the words. Okay. So let me think about this a little bit. One thing is I don't want the pen down here, because if you fall down there, you can't get out. You have to restart the level. I'm trying to make it so you don't need to restart levels. You just keep playing. So what can I do about that? A thing I could do, maybe keep the pen, but have one exit out of it. It's not an exit you can use to manipulate the blocks. It's just a way you can get out of this thing if you're the player. In fact, all it's got to be is like just a simple drop. I'll try not to make it too complicated, because that'll just confuse the player into thinking they need to use it for something. That must look really creepy to my neighbors, because all they see of me is a dark room with a lit face when they look across from their house out their window into mine. And I'm at the same level as their hallway into their bedroom. And I'm smiling for no particular reason that they know about. I'm by myself in a dark room with my face lit, looking out at their window into their private lives, and I'm smiling. They're good people too. They don't deserve this. Yeah, well, you got a similar setup? Okay. So up here. Okay. Your neighbors can see you though. Just make sure you smile. That you grin for no reason that they can understand. Just sitting there drinking your beer, quietly smiling. That's what we need to do. Okay, so I'll work backwards from what I know works. I know pushing E from here works, so let's just kind of move it to a slightly different position. And okay, so it needs to be able to knock against something to go that way. So let's throw maybe a pillar. Let's get some pillars in there. That's gotta go there. And we'll just move its starting location over there. The D, similarly, I can just move it up here and up here. Just kind of working backwards to get the result. G can come from this direction. I think it's easier to make puzzles than it is to solve them. Okay. Then alright, so I'm pretty certain that's solvable. This part over here looks a little ugly compared to the rest, so let me see if I just yoink that out. Wait a minute, was that where I had it? So that does kind of beg the question, if I've got this guy here, I don't really need this. Just get rid of this one. And this I could replace. I'll do that. Okay, let me verify that's solvable. I think that's it. Now let me see. Yeah, that's it. Okay, it's solvable. And I can get out if I accidentally fall down there. All right, so then I think next thing would be, let's make the letter bridges. Yeah, I'm thinking, do I want to build them up top or down below? I'm actually trying to make this puzzle easier at this point. I know I paid a lot of lip service to making it hard, but I don't. It's got a chance of being something I can use in earlier levels if I do it right. So if I put it up top, then the player will see the 3 words they have to spell, and we'll be able to kind of picture them with the letters. If I put it down below, there's an advantage in that they can consider like how they might have to lay them out inside of this while they've got it as a reference. I think I'll put it down below. I think that's the easier of the 2 options. Easier for the player, I mean. Now let me think what I want my easy solution to be. If they only had to do the word 1 to get past this level. all I do is go boom, boom, and I'd say, well, what else? What else? N, boom, boom, and then E, don't. Not too hard. That could even fit in the current level sequence. What if I gave him 2 words to spell? Suppose I did 1 and 2. I did 1 and 2. How hard would that be? Let me try it out. So it doesn't require them to figure out the whole 3D thing. They can lay it out with a flat crossword puzzle style thinking. So 1 and 2. Suppose I'm just not thinking that hard. If I kind of just get through it real fast without visualizing anything. 1 and 2. Okay, so I need to use O. There's only one O. I can't just slap it together. I have to think about it. Whereas if I just did 1 word, I could throw it together. No big deal. 2 words, 1 and 2. I could do O and E. That seems difficult. Okay, here's how I would do it. I would picture 1 and 2 linking up below, with 1 going vertically and 2 going along the top. So I'll do O first. And then, does that do 1? Okay. Oh, I didn't visualize it correctly. So 2 wouldn't work with this configuration. But I might be thinking vertically. There was another level where you had to think vertically, so then would it be that hard to ask them at this point in the game to make 1 and 2? After they've made 1 and 2, then God would be easy. They could see pretty simply how to add it in. I don't know. I feel like the 1 and the 2 together is a fair amount to ask for at this point in the game. I would like to put it in here. The leap comes not on the 3rd word, it comes on the 2nd. I think it's okay if I make a dissatisfyingly easy puzzle. Like that's it, and they can see that they could keep working at it if they wanted to. Might entice them to try about 5 times harder to get the extra solution. Doesn't seem too bad. So I'll just say the first letter gate or the first letter bridge that'll build gets you to the exit. Yeah. I should do these guys too. time I wasted on this stupid thing. It's pretty obvious how to fix it too. I just never got around to it. South, up. All right, letter gate U coming out in this direction. So let me take this guy and say if you just get to here, you can head off to the west and there's the exit. But if you want the thrill of solving something more difficult, then you come over here. Okay, and that's where the bonus is going to be. Whenever I make these letter bridges, I have to make a way to fall down and come back over here. So it seems like I could just reuse this little chamber. Let's do that. A little bit later in the game, I'll introduce the concept of death, but there's story around it. So I can't let the player die yet. which makes it a little bit tricky. That should be a functioning puzzle. It doesn't have all the guardrails and niceties on it, but I think that's solvable from beginning to end plus bonus. Let me make sure that's the case, and then after that I'll start polishing. So this whole thing with like the level being turned at 90 degrees or 270, I think was a mistake, because I think that'll cause some issues. Oops, these are mixed around. What have I done? Oh, the player camera rotated too. Is that what happened? I think that's it. Okay. So player camera. Wait a minute. No, it needs to be pointed down 90. I don't want to mess with the player cam rotation. Something else is off. I'm going to go look at a different scene just to see what it did before I messed it up. Okay. Levels rotation 0. Player cam 90. Player 0 0. Okay. So nothing weird there. Okay, go back to the other one. Okay. Player 0. Offset, it's rotated. Just in case it affects it, I'll change it to 0. I don't think it should. Player cam 90, level 0. Player cam. It's fine. But like all the blocks and everything are facing the wrong way. Is that? Oh, everything else is rotated. Oh, crap. Okay. Just rotate all the blocks on the y-axis. Okay. So if that's true, that might mess up all the stuff down here. Let me remember never to rotate the whole level at one time again. Yeah, these are going to be weird. All right. Yep, you're all 90. Okay, I'll fix it. That should be good. Does that change the puzzle? So I could put boom D down there. How would I get O in place? I can't believe it. I mess it up. I don't think it should matter. It worked before. Okay, D can go there. Bam. It might be that all of these positions shifted slightly. Not sure now. I'll fix it again. Alright, so when this was 90, was it in a different location? It was. Okay. Let's take all these blocks and shift them one west. see if it still works. So D there, O there. G, bam, bam, there. Okay, GOD that way. O, okay, first E. No, hold on. Okay, GOD. Okay, W, bam. No, W. GOD. W that way, then that way. And T, that spells two and God. Okay, and then N can come this way. And O. Wow. Now that I've reoriented, it's harder for me to figure out my solution. Maybe I'll eat my own dog food here. Just try it out. Make sure this guy's fixed. All right, first I'll see if I can do the trivial one. O and E. Doesn't help that I didn't make letter pads, so I can't undo. There you go, I'll put that back in. Let me try something now. It's been on my mind for a little while. Let's see if I take the offset. Just scale the thing up a bit. Can start to see a block pad, but that's too subtle. Okay, that's more like it. And I can see that I'm missing the block pad under this guy and this guy. Try this again. This is probably the only path to get the O in currently. Let me see what I can do with it there. So if it's there, it's not set up right to spell the other words. It's not even set up right to spell one. Oh, that rotation really did a number on me. Okay. So I've got to revise this puzzle, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I do have to revise it. But I've done it once already. It won't take me as long. I'm just gonna bam, bam. So we want God across the top. So we'll say boom. Way to get D. Blundyton. I'm doing pretty good. This guy sent me this description of a level to make, and I tried to make it and it didn't work, and so now I'm converting it to my own version of it that should work if I just have a little bit of luck. Okay, so then G that way. How's stuff going with you? Yes. Yes. Okay, so we go G that way, O that way, D that way. Let's see. Then to get the middle ones, that gets that one. Oh yeah. What kind of game is it? Okay. Can no longer go that way to get that to work, so it's got to be. Oh yeah. This comes over here. That goes there. There. There we go. I think I played the Chrome Dinosaur game once, but I can't remember it very well. It was like a jumping game, right? G that way, O that way, D that way, W and T this way, N that way, E that way. Cool. Well, if you got a demo link or a video or something, I'm always happy to check it out. This is actually a nicer configuration because it's got some symmetry to it. Yeah, I kind of like that better. Okay, so your game is it's currently running inside of Unity, right? So you're running it inside the editor, so you'd have to maybe make a player build, which is its own challenge. Have you tried making like a WebGL build of it? Let's see. You could do WebGL. And export it, and then I think you'd have to. Yeah, I understand. It can be kind of a pain. I think the output from WebGL will be like a collection of. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm not sure, like if you want your games to have some kind of audience, but if you wanted to make smaller games and like have people play them every once in a while, WebGL is a pretty good way to go, because then you don't have to ask anybody to install anything. But it might take a little futzing around to figure out how to do it. And it's harder to get somebody to install an executable. It's like you got to really pitch them on it, or they have to really want your game. But WebGL is kind of nice. Yeah. Okay, let's see if I can get this going. So I know that I'm going to want D. Yeah, I know. It might be like a good like investment in like your overall thing that you're trying to do. Or it might not. I don't know. Okay, D can go that way. G go that way. O can go that way. Okay, D, G, O, and then it's building 3 words that share 1 letter. And it's this, the concept of it came from this guy that has been in the community of puzzle game creators that I've been involved with for some few decades. So he goes back a little ways, and he sent me this email. It's got information on how to put this level together in Godkiller. And I tried it. It didn't work the way he said it, which I'm still not certain if that's his fault or my fault. I can't blame him for not being able to predict without having like the game in front of how everything's going to work, though. Let's see. So I'm trying to just make it my own way. Okay, D, O, G, T, W, O, doing the vertical column. N comes in this way. And E comes in this way. Okay. So I should make sure that that's solvable before I start making it a little bit harder. Let me just double check it again before I play it. G, D, O, W, T, vertical, N, E. Okay. I think I should create a view over the right hand side so you can see what you've got. That's probably a good way to go. Okay, let me go. What's it? W. Oh, dang it. Really annoying. Oh, there you go. Yeah, get it on itch.io. That's a great place to put it. So there's the 3D combination of 3 words. That's weird. I'm guessing an offset thing. I have to remember never to rotate the level ever again. Yeah, this looks like a snap problem. Oh, that's why. That stupid rotation. Oh. Oh, geez. What else might be affected by that? These guys are all rotated back to where they should be. Yeah. Never rotate the level ever again. So much trouble. Those guys are fine. All that stuff should be fine. Okay. So now I can obfuscate this puzzle a little bit. But you know what? Like, this puzzle was... It's got such a gap between building just one word and building 3. I'm not going to try to obfuscate it very much. Because if I get the difficulty level between the first solution and the bonus solution closer, then it's more appropriate to put in the current sequence of levels. Okay, let's put that there. Bring this guy here. Alright, I'll fix up all these pads and that should make that a decent solution. Oh, okay. Put these in the reverse order. You need to chuck them down there. That'll Just add a tiny bit of difficulty. Should be good. I think I'll go ahead and wall it up, start polishing it. I definitely want a way to walk out here and just look at it all. Can't see the one from here, but if I make a little L-shaped thing that comes out over here, you'd be able to. Let's pull this guy out. Close off this area over here with a wall. I could make the floor come in a bit. I think I'll close it off with the wall. Oh, too far. Still too far. Okay. Okay, it's coming together. Okay, from this side, let's get a wall in. Maybe let's make this a different colored wall, just for the sake of variety. Turn the wall decorator off. And let's set this brushed metal. Okay. These things would be more interesting if they were... No, I don't think I want to make them tall. That'll also obscure the puzzle if I make them tall. Okay. Down here, this looks alright. Down here, looks alright. Okay, I need some rails. That's north, so that means what? Oh yeah, okay. That's north, and this way will be east. There, add some corners to these. Oh. Mixed around. Okay. Make sure it plays, and then I'll go to the next round of polish, which would be lighting and decorations. See if it actually picked everything up I asked for. And the heights. I don't see any holes. raise those up higher, the walls, so you can't see the top. Okay, there I can see all three bridges. That's good. Let me build one. Pretty easy. So somebody built one. Would it be that hard for them to get to two? One was very easy. There was just a little bit of fiddling around. Yeah. Let me try. So you would be able to see that that is not something that would help. I think one you would probably figure out if it was just the tiniest bit of work. Then you say you start off with two, you're trying to build two. And you look, where can I get T? I can get it here. Yeah, and actually you gotta spell it backwards, so you'd have to think. Yeah, okay, it does leap up on the second one quite a bit. So I think I've got it right. There's two. Okay, there's all three. So I'm just polishing this up now, just finishing it up. Maybe these four here are okay to make tall ones, just to add a little visual variety. They do have a nice pattern. Boom. Let's go to the pillars. Could also do this thing with the pillar lamps. If I do that, I almost want to just throw a ceiling over the top of it, but boy, that's super bright though. That's terrible. One there. Okay, that's not bad. Let's fix up the ceilings on this. $738. Jeez. Maybe some rails over here. I just don't want this room to look so friggin' plain, so I gotta add a little more. Do some weird kind of extruded flying buttress type of a thing. Whoa, no, that's not gonna look right. Yeah, that's better. Alright, now I've got extra lights all over the place from the last level, and there's probably overlighting quite a few places, so let's make it simpler. That one's pretty good actually. Let's make it a little bit weaker. There we go. 15. Oh, that's kind of neat. Okay, I'll leave that. So if you're over here, you're going to see that. bring it a little lower. Okay, what else? Let's bring the purple light down to the basement. That will be an indicator that it's a different floor. Easier to spot it that way. I do like the shadows. I should use them more often. It just looks interesting, particularly with things like this that give it silhouettes. Okay. I know where I want the red one. Down here. Eerie. Yeah, it's kind of a weird effect that maybe isn't I was just trying to get it to light up this room in red, but this sort of peeking through the seams thing is... Alright, so it's just on the other side of this, inside the normals, shining extremely bright. And it's not a bad effect. It's not very controlled. If I wanted to like light up all these seams in a even way, this wouldn't be the way to do it. Keep fiddling. Oh, whoa, there we go. Well, maybe I can do it. I'll try it. It's getting out of control now. I can bring it down though. So it's inside, it's just, whoa, way too much. Alright, let's bring it down. Peek through over here, maybe not. Cool. I kind of like that. We'll see how it works. All right. Oh, but see, then it's like got this weird stuff way out over here and down there. It's like it's too much power. It can't be contained. It's gonna seep out in unpredictable ways all over the place. Interesting, but too hard to control. So let's get rid of it. Still doing craziness. Yep. What's the other ones? Where are they at? Organize the scene so I can spot them. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. There's one. Yeah, exactly. If I just work on it, like, not in a gimmicky see what happens way, but a more purposeful, controlled way, I'll get a better result. It's possible. That guy. Well, the answer to questions like that is always yes. I guess it means like, okay. So a lot of things I could tweak. I can change the receiving material to have more specular highlight. I can change the light source to emit more. I can change the receiving material to have emission itself. I can add bloom around the emission. I already got lots of bloom. But yeah. But when you say chrome, you mean like this type of stuff? Like the rails? Like this? Anything that's sort of metal, or maybe this wall, which is supposed to be metal, even though I use it in a way that's not like metal. Let's see. I can play with that, yeah. I'm going to save that for another stream though, because I want to just put finishing touches on this, but what the hell? Let's try it out just real quick. Let's see. Let's make a duplicate. Oh, come on. There we go. Let's call this one. Let's see, actually, which one is duplicate? Probably this one. Okay, rename that one. Alright, then we say specular. Let's make the specular brighter. Let's got specular highlights. It's got reflections. If I give it a normal map, that might help a little bit. I'm going to try it real quick. If I don't get a good result, I'll switch back to the rest. I'm going to go down a little bit down the rabbit hole. Alright, so here's this guy. And then do my 3D filter on it. Generate a normal map. Can never tell from these things if they should be inverted or not. It probably doesn't matter, to be honest, but usually it needs to be inverted, so I'll leave that. Okay. Cool. Come back to here on the shiny brushed metal. Let's give us a normal map. Change the light to white too, just to see if I can catch it a little bit better. Okay, is this set to shiny? No, it's not. Okay. I wasn't able to see any changes. Okay, let's try this. There we go. There's a little bit of shine to it. I don't even know if the normal map is strictly necessary. Get that. It's definitely something to look at with that texture. Let's go. So then I usually find that if I take the normal map down a little bit, it looks better. Anyways, that's basically it. It might not be the end result we were hoping for, but gives you an idea. There's a little bit of shine there. Who knows? I might keep that. It doesn't look terrible. Looks interesting. Bring that up a little higher. Alright, so that's cool. Let's add the decorations. Lighting seems alright. This guy, don't want to raise it up, don't want to put something on top of it. Let's, for the sake of variety, let's not raise it all the way to the top. Let's just bring it out like that. Make a little decorations. So pillars, hide those. Egg, hide that because these things get messed up by decorations. Okay, cool. And let's set the operation zone so that it is large enough to contain everything. Okay. Decorate. That's interesting. I feel like it didn't decorate right. Hold on. This is weird. So it's got. I'm trying to decide if it's an effect I want to keep. It happened to put these down here instead of up at the top. It doesn't look bad. It's just not the result I programmed. You know, I don't mind it. It's kind of interesting. It gives some variety. Let me see if the rest of it looks okay. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. Everything down there. Yeah, looks all right. Okay. Yeah, I'll preview that. This is nice. It's darker up here. You see it shiny and bright beneath. I like that quite a bit. Maybe even worth playing up. Let me adjust that. Be a little bit brighter. Alright. So then you go down there. Is it too bright? Nope. I don't think so. Dark up top, got the shadow there. Looks pretty good. Alright, get my eggs and pillars back in. Set my thumbnail position. I think the iconic part of this is probably the little hole down here. Yeah, I'll do it there. Okay. pillars reaching up, they are better looking than the ones that were just too high before. They do make it a little bit harder to figure it out, but it's still possible. Alright, so then you come down, you look at this whole thing. It's a little bit hard to look at now that I add this extra thing off to the side. Because then I come over here, it's blocked. So if I take away one of those, is it going to work? I think if I took away two of them, then you could still have your view without too much trouble. Maybe even one would do it. Okay. Okay, I got a problem with the rail there to fix. That's that rotation nonsense again. Okay, no problem, I can redo the rails. I do love all the shadows. I should just remember to make lots and lots of shadows in this game. I've got such a low poly count that I just don't really need to worry about the extra overhead of real-time shadows. Might as well use that to liven things up. Okay, what else can I change based on what I've seen? So let's take notes. Redo lower rails. Oh yeah. Remove one or two of eastern vertical things. Anything else? It's probably pretty good. Okay. Stupid. Yeah, just redo them. Okay. I'll leave the little corners since they have absolutely no game logic hooked up to them. They're purely aesthetic, so I don't have to redo those. Okay. Yeah. Shadows do a lot without much work for me. Oh, except I gotta leave a gap. Okay, rail west. Rail south. Okay, I should do that. Just get rid of one of these to start, see where that leaves me. What else did I say? No, just those two. I do feel like putting rails on this stair here just to make it look a little nicer. Okay, that's all good. Yeah, that works. I don't need to remove another one. I mean, it obscures a tiny bit, but it's still good. And I get 3 of them, which looks better than 2. Middle part looks fine. Okay, cool. Okay, so I did GOD. Let's do 1. Okay, now I'll go down and take a look at things. I think I've got more lighting up higher, but it looks a little dull. Okay, I'll get the last one. There. Okay. It's not a bad location for the bonus to come up in. Okay. Cool. Almost there. Just a couple small things. One is I wanted to give this a finished look and put some rails on the stairs. North down west. Why does that look off? Usually, I just snap it over and it's good. Maybe I'm looking at it closer than I normally do. Is this one off? No. Whatever. Turn off the snap. There we go. It won't be noticeable from far away. It's the detail that you don't really see. Okay. Was there some other place I wanted rails? I think it might have been like... Yeah, oh yeah, let's fix this up. Do I want to put rails there? I don't think I do, because the rest of this thing doesn't have rails and it would be inconsistent, but if I added rails around everything, it'd be too busy. It would take focus away from the rails that are here. Okay, let's fix the lighting. That looks cool. It's going to take a while for the player to get up there, so let's just kind of duplicate this and put that thing down beneath too. Yeah, maybe I'll go with that. Up a little bit higher though, so you come in. About like that. This might be the final run right here. What is all that bright light up there? What is all that? What's causing that? Is that directional? No. Well, it's not visible. It's not visible. With this new change, is the player able to see some stuff along the walls and they come in? Yeah, okay. That should be it. Alright. I'll just give it one more quick look with the new lighting and rails. And I think this is it. This is it right here. That'll be the end of the stream. I'll go off and get a little bit of alcohol in me watch some stand-up comedy. Okay, let's throw this together. Let's see, do the 1 first. Alright, so there's a question. If I mess it up, can I get down there and fix it? Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's weird. So rails look like they're 2 squares high, but logically they're only obstacles that are 1 square high. So I'm able to knock a block over the top of the rail, even though visually it looks like I shouldn't be able to. I'll treat that as a bug in rails instead of the level. And also, I like the rails there. I considered changing it just now to use walls instead, but should block as obstacles on top height as well as bottom. W on there. Wait, where'd the O go? Oh, it's already down there, that's right. Okay, that should do it. Looks a little crazy, but good crazy. Let's go up. Okay. That's a level. That was a little hard to make. I think I'll take joint credit with Larry Murky for this particular level. EP, I'll catch you later. Plundy10 if you're still on. Thanks for joining. Yeah, so you can get that WebGL stuff going. It'd be cool to see your game. Cool to have like a little publishing platform for your games. That would be neat. Alright. Catch you later. Stop in the stream.